What up, Orcrus? How we doing? Are we ready to do some rigid body physics? Sammy, how are we? There is sound. There is indeed sound. I think that's something I need to set up with my next overlay is um some like initial music while the starting soon is up. All right. Let's get these posts up, which I haven't been doing for the last couple streams because I forgot. All right. I do declare too. In fact, I declare yes. Uh huh. Oh, yeah. All right. That's right, we got ads, don't we? Whoops. Whoops. I guess while the ads go, let's have a look at the word chain for the day, shall we? The word chain. What words do we have today? Full house. No, full mouth. Full um full. What up, Footlong? How you doing? Sammy. 310. Sammy. Holy shite. Doing great. What about you? Doing fantastic. Last night I got a whole bunch of full mount. Full moose. Moon! Oh, of course. Duh. Yeah, last night I did some work on improving Bobble Shop Sims employees. Um, the restocking works a shit ton better now. And I'm currently working on having an option after you assign them to restocking. You can select if you want them to stock products that you haven't set prices for, and actually set the price for them. Or if you want them to just restock things that you already have put out on shelves. So, give you a bit more control over what the employee does in terms of restocking. I should have that done in the next couple days and pushed out as a big update. So, Moon. Ride. Rocket. Rotation. Rise. Moonrock. Jesus Christ. Rock. Too bad it doesn't start with an L. OG rocket, true, true. Rock sock, I don't know. Rock sound, rock solid. Ah, solid snake. uh, solid stiff. I don't know. Solid stand. Solid state. Jesus Christ. State. Some statewide, wide awake. Haha. You know what? That was terrible, so I'm doing a different one. What up, R Blaine? How you doing? Alright, so this one will go much better. Magic. It's a K. Magic kite? Magic knot. No. Kite. No. Magic. Kind. Magic king. What? Magic kings. Kingdom. Magic kingdom. Jesus Christ. Kingdom come. Yeah. Come to come together. Come true. I don't know. Come Trump. Come true. What the fuck is this? Come to mama. Come true. Orcris. Damn. True life. True left. True light. True love. Nicely done, Wolf. Of something, something book. Self book? No. It can't be self, right? No, it's not. Love struck? No. It's not struck book. Love stuff. Story. Damn. I'm terrible at this. No. What? We didn't play any word chain. What do you mean? Never happened. We don't play that here. Coffee. How are yous? Oh, that's my first sip of coffee for the day. Maybe that's what my problem was. I want to change this thing. Actually. Some sort of interaction thing. All right. So, I want to try setting up a character as a RigidBody3D. Yeah. That's correct, Orcrus. I want I want things like if the player grabs onto a um a handle of a panel and they walk backwards slower depending on the weight of the panel that they're holding onto. Um and I feel that's only going to happen with if the character's a rigid body. Um so yeah. But then I also need things like as the play, like if the player's holding something, when they walk up to a wall, it pushes towards them. When they move away from the wall, it goes back to where it was. Um, and if he moves it into a if you're like holding onto something and you like move it across a table, like hits the edge of the table and like moves up the table and then across the table instead of going into the table like we had yesterday. I don't want that. Temporary joint, maybe. Well, that's what I currently have. So you can see here how I've got this spring arm and I've got a pin joint. So this pin joint will basically have node B assigned as whatever it is we're holding, and we will have this base like go out as far away as the object we're interacting with is. Um and then that way the item is pinned to our hold location. We like move it around and it like rotates within that location and stuff. But yeah, 48k hot sauce. Let's do this. Easy done. Harumph. How does it work right now? I'll show you. All right, thank you, Tricky. I've just got that reticle there, so I know where I'm looking. Um, that's how it works at the moment. But I don't like how it hangs down. That one's better. You know? Does that sort of thing. Uh, yeah. So yeah, everything does go in the square hole. That is correct. All right. It's like on a rope. Yeah, it's because the pin. It's because of how the pin joint is functioning. But the main issue we have here, is the player. The player's not going to slow down or anything if they grab something. Yeah. Um. So if I change this, we say the player weighs 75. Move and slide not found in base self. Of course. Yep. So if we do, I actually don't need that. We go into walk. Hmm. But yeah, this is the kind of thing that I want to get working today. I hope I can get it working. It's gonna be tough. I have to also update those. I missed those. Then idle. All right, so if we do that, this I need to get knocked out. Else. All right. All right, so in theory, our physics should work. Let's hope we don't. Let's hope we have capitalist physics and not communist physics. Okay, communist physics. All right. Player base state. Yeah. All right, now we should have the capitalist physics that makes money. Well, they ain't moving. because our player is 75 kilos. So all right. All right. Oh, hello. The hell? Yeah, this is definitely Soviet era physics. Um, seasickness generator. Um, if I lock rotation, can I still tell it to rotate? Like, ew. Turning's a bit of a problem. Because I need the linear velocity to be based on the forward direction. All right. All right, so player basis. I think I've got to multiply it in here. But I'm pretty sure that's... Oh, that's right. What if... What about this? So let's do... Player linear velocity equals player basis times player linear velocity. That should... Maybe. I have no idea. Okay, so... we are rotating the player. So that's the forward, right? Hmm. Or that's a good way to do movement. Well, that's the thing. Like, if we don't do it this way, if we don't do it this way, then we can't have our puzzles as like physics interactive stuff. Because the weight of the objects aren't going to impact the player's velocity and stuff. So I know there's a way to do this. I just need 3D player. Actually, RigidBody3D movement. I just need the right calculation, that's all. And now I'm white. Thank you, Arblane. Let's see. You go away. So what do we have? Where's the movement side of things? So you get the input direction. That's the last linear velocity. Then we have update command linear velocity. Process input movement direction. X and Y normalized. Oh, I already have it multiplied. I'm already multiplying it by basis. What the fuck am I doing? I'm multiplying it again by basis down here before. Jesus Christ. So you have command linear velocity minus last linear velocity. And that's the acceleration. And then apply central force, command acceleration times mass. That's what I'm missing. So we need under here. Do I want to have this value on here? And last linear velocity. If we have this, so we have our direction. We've already had our jump calculate. If we go into the jump logic down here, where is it? There is, so received jump input is true. That's the other thing I need to do is flaw detection. Like input of flaw detection colliding. That's a shape cast. I don't think I'd do it as a shape cast. I think I'd just have an area 3D. Yeah. So last linear velocity. Actually, no. I need to. I'm gonna put this up on player. We go last linear velocity. Um, last linear velocity is just whatever linear velocity is. There we go. Update linear velocity. So that's going to give us a move direction, which input move direction. What do you mean process input move direction? That should already be done, right? Oh no, it's that. Okay. Okay. So basically what they're setting up is um process move direction. And we go vector 3. So under here, all this does is go move direction. Actually, yep. I mean, that'll work. We set up move direction there. Let's be vector 2. Get rid of that. I can also go move speed as a float. And under here, we go not a knit state. We go player move speed is speed. And we can get rid of that. This is why I committed before I started doing all this. Because I'm probably going to have to remove a bunch of this. Actually, I think you can be 15. You can be 10. And then this one here, make that 7.5. Maybe less. We'll have to test the movement to see what happens. So after we get the input directions, which these here we have a look at jump. Oops. Yeah, jump doesn't call the base, which means it's not. Yeah, which means the player's not able to move around. Obviously, this is incorrect, and we need to tweak that, but that's all right. We'll get to that in a minute. Is there anything that needs to happen in here anymore? It's basically the rest of it's under player. This returns a vector 3, because that's going to be basis multiplied by move direction. Vector 3x 0 move direction y. So we do that, which is the calculation we had inside each of the areas before. It's just this. We go update linear velocity, which does process move direction. That's after last linear velocity. And this applies gravity if it's supposed to. And processes jump and stuff like that. Last linear velocity updates command linear velocity. We've got that. Acceleration is what I'm calling it. So that's going to be, what is it? Our current linear velocity. And then there's a check grounded. And movement should activate. And that's in movement components. Iterate through movement components and check if they should activate. The fuck is a movement component? Why would you have a movement component? They calculate the linear velocity. So are these the movement components? Yes. Yes, they are. And this is the calculation of the linear velocity. So this is basically their state machine. All right. So the calculation of the linear velocity would be based on our state, right? So we'd have to do like state machine, current state, calculate linear velocity, which takes nothing. Or it takes no, not even that. Howdy. What up, cool cat? How you doing? So I don't need to worry about passing any of this in because that's all handled by the state machine. If they're in the jump state, they're not grounded. So I don't need to worry about that. The linear velocity, that's just going to be the player's linear velocity at the start. So inside, oh come on, I can go through. It's right there. Jesus Christ. um, and this is going to have so we can get that. And so they have a velocity coefficient, which is the direction, so the player move direction. No. I will have it as move direction. If we're going to be inputs, we're going to do move direction. Input. And this can just do move direction. input direction. We have move direction. Then we have the dot product to the move, like the command direction. Oh, to the linear velocity. Which the linear velocity, that's just the new linear velocity, isn't it? I really don't think this is going to work for our system. I don't think this is going to be what we will use. But who knows? So command linear velocity. That's just whatever the current linear velocity is. And that's before any calculation has happened. So yeah, this can just be player linear velocity. Because nothing up until, like, nothing up to this point has altered the command linear velocity. But the command linear velocity was previous, right? Maybe I do need to have like a command linear velocity. Get rid of that. Command linear velocity. So I don't need any variables passed into here. Grounded I don't need to worry about because that's just going to be based on state. So my jump state can override this command. So if this is greater than 0, positive velocity coefficient, export positive Oof. That's spelled wrong. Coefficient is spelled wrong there. I don't need the F. What am I doing? It's already afloat. Jeez. All right. Positive if that, else negative. Command velocity is direction times that. That's going to be the move direction. Multiplied by u. And the player linear velocity. Actually, what's the linear velocity they're passing in there? I keep losing track of what they're passing in. So they're referencing command linear velocity. So that's the player command linear velocity plus equal u. And this normalized times clamp All right. All right. And that's supposed to return a Boolean for some reason. I don't know why, but sure. And then we go back onto the player. Which under here goes so that's command linear velocity minus whatever the last linear velocity was, because we haven't updated that. All of this I could just do inside here. Right. Just that, basically. I don't need that. So we get that. We do apply central force. Acceleration times our mass. So for idle. Let's just see what happens first. Let's just see what happens, shall we? It's probably going to be very, very bad and very, very wrong. Calculate when velocity in base state, wake up. Player 79. Calculate when your velocity is a function of player base state, and wake up extends player base state. So I'm pretty sure, I'm like 99% sure. Like 99.999% sure that it has calculate when your velocity, because it says here it's a base state. But over here, it's like it's a player base state. Huh? I know it's not in base state. Is it because... I think it's because I created it as a base state node. Okay. Close that stuff out. There. I wonder if that's going to be the same for the others. Calculate when your velocity in base state idle. It is the same for the others. If I create it as a node, is that going to have a hissy fit being like, oh, it's a node, but it extends base state? From native type base state, so it can't be assigned to an object of type node. But node, like base state extends node. You pain in the butt. Pain in the butt. Get rid of this. Gonna be crouch. All right. Now what? You mean non-existent function in base state? You're a player base state. You fucking, god damn it. I know what the issue is. I know what the issue is. It's because this thing here, under player, it's because this thing It's because this state machine, like this base here, it has the array of states as a array of base states, not as an array of player state machine. That's why. So if I want a function, to exist on player base state, it would have to exist through that. I'd have to create a build of Godot that has player base state. I have to create a build of Godot that has player base state and player state machine, and player state machine creates the array of that. But then there's no point in having the base state, or there's no point in having the player base state, or there's no point in having the base state or the state machine base nodes. That's annoying. That's very, very annoying. Is there a way? No. King, nice. I think that's nice. I doubt that's a word. Well, the important thing, Sammy, is that we got through it. That's the important thing. All right. One more. Obvious one. Yep. Oh, that's where the big word is. Yep. Loot indeed. Clue. That's the big word. Lettuce. There's no 4-letter words left. Let's. Cutlet. Ah, of course. Cuddle. Jesus. I have no idea what 5-letter words you can make with these. All right. All right. So, um, basically, how how do they set it up with the other nodes? That's my question. Rigid body lets me control its physics more directly. Correct. So this thing here, if I create if I have a script, a GD script that extends a node 3D and I put value, like I put things on that, I guess what I could do, I guess the state machine. How you doing, Cam? What's the secret word hint? Um, that's a good. Let me check. Um, what can I use? I don't know what I could even. It needs to be vague but helpful so that people could get it, but it's unlikely because it is the first hint. Um, 5 letters not having a W. Um, I don't know. Games. Games have this. That's as vague as I can get with it still being like kind of helpful. Yes, wrong. Yes, wrong. Um, so how do we want to like? Yeah, if I have a GD script that it extends the like it extends Node 3D, and I put some like a function inside that GD script, and I have that object get assigned to a variable of type Node 3D. I can still call the function. I can still call the function. I can still call the fuck all of these songs I listen to yet. What's wrong with Spotify? It just keeps looping the same like 50 songs. Jesus. Um anyway, so if I have a Node 3D and I suppose that's the problem is I haven't so no, because it's complaining that it's a like I don't understand why it's not working. Like why it can't find this function. Because like it is like current state is a base state from state machine, but it's assigned a player base state which extends base state. All right. And this has that's probably my issue right there. Fucking typo. That's gonna be the issue. Bloody typos. There it is. All right. I need another coffee. My Spotify's been acting up as well. It's amazing. Like, Spotify used to be really, really good. Like, 5 years ago, 5 to 8 years ago, it was really, really good. These days, it's just shit. Discord used to work really, really good. Like, 5 to 8 years ago. Now it's really, really shit. um, it works without upcasting. Just checked. Yeah, no, it was because I had typos. Okay, so that's the problem. I still don't like how it moves. I don't like how it drags on the ground. It doesn't move smoothly on the ground. I wonder if it's because I need physics materials on the ground and stuff like that if I do this. Materials assigned to this property will be used instead of any other physics material, such as an inherited one. But yeah, I don't think this is going to be how we set it up. So what we'll do, I'm not going to worry about saving that. Reset. Because that's not going to be how that's not how we're going to set up our stuff. It's not dice. Now the physics material matters for anything else other than rendering. I think if you have a it's not going to be anything under here. I remember seeing physics material somewhere. What up, Munglo? How you doing? Absorbent, bounce, friction, and rough. So, like, it holds physics-related properties on a surface, used to apply these properties to a physics body. So, you would apply a physics material with a high bounciness if you wanted to like throw something at it and have it like bounce really far off it. Yeah. So it does impact rigid bodies and stuff moving over them. Noteworthy is the way frictions work. Yeah. So what I'm trying to do at the moment, Mungalo, is figure out how to change our player so that it's, where are we? Because like we've got our character body at the moment. And it moves around, it works fine. Character body's real easy. If we pick up stuff, we've got like a pin joint that's keeping it in that spot. And we've got that on a spring arm as well. So you can see like the spring arm keeps it outside of that stuff. So if I go this way, like moves it up instead of having it like go into the wall, like inside the object. Yeah. But what I need to do, I want it to be that instead of picking it up and just having it there with no interaction, I need it to, I want it to be that the player holds left click and they're holding onto it there. And then if the player was to like grab this and this weighed like 20 kilos and they like try to pull backwards, the player is slowed down as a result of trying to pull it. Or if they try to push it, same thing. Last bit I haven't implemented yet. Yeah. Like that's because there's going to be things like, there'll be a button. There'll be a button, the player will left click, they'll hold out their hand, and then the player will like walk into the button and move back. Um, if you get too far away, you lose the item. So I wouldn't want to do that. I would want to force the player to stay in the area of what they're holding. So if the player's holding this because they have to be holding left click, yeah, they have to be holding left click to be able to move it. If they're holding left click to grab onto this and they go to move backwards, but they can't move because it's too heavy, they don't just let go of it and move backwards, but they instead get stuck there trying to, like, they can't move because they're holding onto something that can't be moved. Yeah. But yeah. I'm pretty sure I need to change my character body to a rigid body to do that. Um, I can have an interact button for when you like want to talk to an NPC or something. But the like what I really need to figure out is that how I want things to be for this game? I feel like it is. I feel like that's the best way to implement all of these puzzle ideas that I have. Movement based on distance touch point. And just keep that one. Yeah, exactly. You can access character physics, I believe. Though I swear you can access inertia, for example. If the thing you grab moves, the limit also moves. Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, on character body, there's no inertia on the character body 3D. Works as a fixed joint. Yeah, yeah. You have access through the physics server. But if I was gonna do that, I would just use a rigid body because the rigid body itself, if you have a look at a rigid body, you're able to like do that stuff through this. Yeah, you've got like inertia there. Yeah. So like there's no need to use a character body 3D and then go through the physics server for inertia and stuff like that. I can just change it to a rigid body 3D, and then I've already got inertia, and then I can just set that and let the physics server do its thing. Um, you got any good tutorials, Mungalo, for rigid body integrated forces movement? Change you. Shape box can be. I think I want these. Because there's the issue of when I bump into the box, this falls through. So I wonder if I need to set these to not sleep. Or if I just set them to use like continuous contact detection or collision detection. Hmm. I do tutorials, I read documentation, then swear about lacking, and I end up brute force testing. Okay. All right. Well, that's what we're going to be doing. That's what we're going to be doing. So there's going to be a lot of swearing, a lot of "oh my god, just work." Also, drawbacks from changing to only rigid body. There's no like using a rigid body. You don't just set the velocity and have it figure stuff out. You have to set rotational velocity. You have to set linear velocity. All this kind of stuff. So you have to calculate acceleration and stuff like that. You've got to do it all manually. So it gives you more fine control over the character movement itself. Now you use forces. Yeah, I know. Like, what I'm saying, Mungalo, is that a CharacterBody3D, you just set the velocity and it figures all that stuff out. With a RigidBody3D, you're not just setting the velocity, you're going, hey, like this is the like what's our acceleration, all this kind of stuff, apply central forces and all this kind of stuff, and then that calculates the linear velocity and the angular velocity and all that kind of stuff. Um how you doing, Elemental? If you lost the mustache, would the ruse be more aggressive? And does it help you keep safe by establishing dominance? No. No. Um, so this actually gets me in more trouble with kangaroos because kangaroos are obviously more animalistic in nature. So when they see someone threatening their dominance, they have to stand up for themselves. Um, yeah. So, yeah. Does that mean you get the kangaroo's wife? No, no. It means that I have kangaroo steaks for dinner. Yeah. You're in that unhappy middle ground where you're not unthreatening, but you're also not unassailable. This is true. This is very true. This is very, very true. We're going to do that. We're going to get rid of this. Um, the issue with my code is that it is accurate, but not simple. I project all movement over gravity vector. So even though it is a rigid body and fully simulated, I can shift gravity and run up walls and upside down if I want to. But that makes the code not beginner friendly. So the thing is, Mungalo, I'm going to have gravity based puzzles. So I'm going to end up with the same thing. So yeah. Um Now for the player, like this one here, I'm gonna lock its rotation. Instead of acting on the engine side, rigid body. But basically, the integrated forces passes the state of the physics body in simulation. So instead of acting on the engine side, rigid body, you directly act on the simulation physics body. It has all velocities, incoming forces, and so on. Yeah. This is a Godot issue when you read about it. There is a checkbox for custom integrator on rigid body, which is this one. Custom integrator. If true, the standard force integration, like gravity or dampening, will be disabled for this body. Other than collision response, the body will only move as determined by the integrate forces method, if that virtual method is overwritten. Saying this property will call the method body set emit force integration internally. In many places tell you that it has to be checked, but this is wrong. Okay. I haven't even looked at that yet. I think what I'm going to do right now, here's what we'll do for now, Mungalo. Here's what we'll do for now. Let's just get our walk. Let's just get our walk working. You know? So, what I can do, if I just get, no. On the player base state, I'm going to do, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do.
Cam the cameraman shall return.
Lies. No such thing as Cam the cameraman. Init state, player move speed will just be 0. On player, I'm going to set up a move speed. Should be a float. Init state, move speed. Speed, this needs to be bumped to be 8. Init state, move speed. Speed, so whenever we change into one of these states, we know what we're setting the speed to.
Cam the cameraman is real and is returning soon.
Nah, lies and slander. Look at my repos, for example, but most are private. But I didn't realize that every moving thing in Uta is a rigid body I move with forces. Going to dig up that code for you since the whole project is public. That's all good. That's all good. I'll tinker. So we have move speed being set by that. So if I go... Get vector. That's actually going to be something I can do through this. Under here, we just do if input direction is 0 procs, or is not 0 procs, we switch state. I could also do, if it is 0 procs, return. LF input is action pressed jump. I need to set that up on switch states, emit player states, jump. So under here, we can do God damn, I spelled it wrong twice. Oof. All right. Don't need that. God damn, why do I keep spelling it with this with an S instead of a C? God damn. I was very careful that time. How Bubble Shop sales doing? No idea. Why do people keep asking me? I've said multiple times that Bubble Shop Sim's not a game that I'm worrying about wish lists or sales or anything for. But people keep asking me about it. And I keep telling them the same thing of I don't know and I don't care. I'm going to keep putting out updates and bug fixes and stuff for it, but if it sells 100 copies, I don't care. If it sells 100,000 copies, I don't care. Both unit and play avatar movement code is OOT project. Both are using physics process since they aren't as complex. If you want, I can link them. They're simple enough, but you may want a template for acceleration, force calculation, and so on. That's all good. It's all good, Munglo. I'll do some tinkering and we'll figure some stuff out. Because like obviously we're going to use physics process because inside the physics process, that's when we're going to check for player move, like player input and stuff. And from there, we will go into whatever state the player is in and do whatever calculation we need to for applying forces and stuff like that. So so that'll handle moving between the different states. That's fine. That sets velocity. I feel like in here, check if on ground. And I think to check if we're on ground, what I can do is probably have an area 3D. Go ground detection. Can't have it on world. I'd have to have it on ground. So layer 6 can be ground. Because otherwise they're going to jump, hit a wall, and it'll go, oh yeah, you're on the ground. We don't need to apply a downward velocity for you. Raise a 0.2. So that way, that sphere is going to be the base there. Do I want it to be that, or do I want to make it... Do I want to make it a cylinder? Use a shapecast 3D with a Godot shape that hits default layer, then disable the constant update for it so it only casts and updates when you tell it. Okay. Exclude parents. But that's the thing, like, I still wouldn't want it on the default layer. You know? Because the default layer is like our walls, our roof, our floor, our tables, all this kind of stuff. You know, so I'd want it to mask layer 6. Yeah. Whatever is walkable. Well, that's what I'm saying, Munglo. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna have layer 6 as the walkable layer. So my floor's gonna be layer 6. Everything else will be layer 1. the default layer 1 will just be this is what things can't move through. So do that. Collide with walkable. What if I choose like a separation ray shape? No. So we set that there. It's the base of the player. If I need to, I can increase that at another point. Ground section. If you never rotate the player and make it slightly smaller in radius than player collide, it will only hit floor. It'll only hit floor basically anyways. I mean, that's true. So if you have it as like 0.15 radius instead of 0.2 radius. The only problem that, like, I'd have to, if I was going to do it that way, it would need to be a sphere shape so that it, like, fits within this curve here. Yeah. Because if I have it as just a cylinder, then it's going to be like out here. And that, if we have like a sloped section, I guess the mesh could be sloped, but I could just have like a vertical wall. I guess that'll work. I'll have to keep that in mind. I'll have to keep that in mind. Oh. Do you need step support? Because that's the most annoying thing. I'm going to have ramps. So you can probably, like, in here, ramp. Ramp. And the reason why I'm going to have ramps instead of steps is because there's going to be robots that are walking around, but I want to have in like the whole background of the game that, like, they haven't been able to figure out how to get robots to navigate steps correctly. Like, they can navigate them mostly, but they keep, like, that they do screw up like 5% of the time and fall and get damaged and whatnot. So they're like, screw it, we're just going to get rid of steps and just have ramps. That's easier. Make shape cast a sphere shape. And I would recommend keeping like 5 centimeter distance to floor, or the player will snag on ramps. What do you mean they'll snag on ramps? Because if I have it as the same size, the hell's that? Oh, because it's yeah. So if I have it there, so you're saying have it like slightly smaller. Why is that not updated? Why is this shape not updating? It only updates after I change its position. So you're saying have it like that? Especially if you lock player or can't tip over. Yeah, I'm not going to have my player able to tip over. I think I've already got my player locked in rotation. So, if you don't project velocity on ground normal, it will push player into slope, resulting in physics reducing a lot of the velocity. So you go up slope, slow. I would want to go up slopes slower because it's a slow, like not a ton slower. Like I don't want to halve their speed, but 0.9 times speed, like 0.95 times speed, sure. But anyway, I think we're getting way too far down the track, Mungalo. I don't even have movement for this player rigid body yet. So I don't think we need to worry about going up slopes at the moment. It's interesting what your needs are. I'm the kind of person that's not really interested in thinking about things that are going to happen in 6 months' time. I want to get the basics working. I want to have basic just walking around. And then later on, then I can figure out the other stuff. You know? Because otherwise I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna spend like 2 months building this complex rigid body movement system and then be like, all right, cool, let's test it. You know? So I'm just gonna focus on what we need to do now and get that working, and then look at the next part and rework things to get that working, and like incrementally build it up from there. Yeah. that'll be easier than sitting here and talking about, what could be. Let's see. So we go. if the player's not on the ground, I don't need to worry about this right now. I'm not going to worry about implementing that stuff right now. Let's focus on the walking. You know, let's just focus on the walking. So we get the input. We call the physics process state. If we're in idle, then that's going to go, all right, it's not zero approximate, so what state are we going into? I can also do... I think our base state... I don't need that, because that's handled under here. So if jump and is released, then we switch into the player jump state. And the player jump state, when we switch into it, we have this, which needs to be changed. Apply upward velocity. Which obviously we're not going to just add linear velocity up. We're going to have to do some sort of calculation, but that's fine for now. So that changes into walk. And now we need this to... what if player's not on ground, then we're going to want to... let's see. This needs what? RigidBody3D. Okay. Physics simulation will calculate the resulting movement, rotation, react to collisions, and affect other physics bodies in its path. The body's behavior can be adjusted by a lock, rotation, freeze, and freeze mode. A rigid body will always maintain its shape and size, even when forces are applied to it. If need to directly affect the body, prefer integrate forces, as it will allow you to directly access the physics state. Changing 3D transform or linear velocity of RigidBody3D very often may lead to some unpredictable behaviors. So that's why we use the integrate forces and stuff like that. This isn't going to be helpful. Let's go using rigid body. All right. We got ads coming in. I need to get another coffee. I'm going to give you words. Get a coffee. And then we're going to get these implemented with the integrate force and stuff like that. There's the first word for you. All right. BRB. Howdy. Alright, I'm back. G'day, Cobbler. G'day, Innsbruck. Someone already took Dames. Dang it. I should probably get rid of that Nightbot background music thingamajig, shouldn't I? Alrighty. Alright, I remember doing some of this stuff for a vehicle. Because that's setting angular velocity. That will work with rigid bodies. Comb the beard, I can do that. Background music, all I hear is a voice. Yeah, we don't have background music anymore. Got rid of it. Got rid of it so we can chat. So people can listen to their own stuff if they want to. Use the angular velocity property to rotate the body. The axis to rotate around is given by that. This method can be used with axis lock angular as well. Right. I don't think that's what we need. But I think it's like apply central force or something that we need to look at. You got to correct that, Innsbruck. Got to correct that. Applies a directional force without affecting rotation. A force is a time dependent and meant to be applied every physics update. It's equivalent to using apply force at the body's center of mass. Applies a directional impulse without affecting rotation. An impulse is time independent. Applying an impulse every frame would result in a frame rate dependent force. For this reason, it should only be used when simulating one-time impacts. Use the force functions otherwise. So if something hit the player, if something was moving and it hit the player, then we would apply an impulse to the player from that and like throw the player to the side. Jump, for example, yeah. So inside our jump state in here, what we would do is go player, apply central impulse up. It'd be like a 5 or a 10, yeah, something like that. That's all we would really need to do. And then down here, down here we'll just go if player is on ground, we go switch state emit to that, basically. You're not a function, you're that. We would go super physics state process delta. So under here, check on ground. I guess the first thing we can implement, don't you have vector3 up defined in GD script? I do. Like, I can just do I can do that. It's the same thing. Yeah. For separating direction and force. So more manageable and readable. To me, they read the exact same, but that's because I'm used to Y being up. Now, you are correct, Mungalo. I do need to have it as vector3 up in this instance. Well, actually, I need to have a local up for my player. In the future, I would need to have a local up for my player because I'm going to have gravity puzzles where the player starts walking up a wall. And if they jump, I don't want the jump to be up. I want the jump to be away from the wall. So at some point down the track, there will be something like that. But as of right now, Mungalo, I'm not worrying about it. Okay? Put that out of your mind, Mungalo. Put that out of your mind because I don't want us to spend the next 3 hours talking about how I can do something that I'm not going to be working on for like 12 months. Because all the math changes. That's fine, Mungalo. That's called an incremental update. So all I want to do right now is have the player walk. And then after we have the player walk, we can have the player jump. And then after we have the player jump, then we can deal with the player walking up a slope. And then after we have the player walking up, then we can start dealing with all of that stuff down the track. We don't need to. I don't need my movement system to be perfect now. So that one there. Can you make the player make a goddamn sandwich? I'm hungry. Isn't that what you're for, Sammy? So I can force shapecast update and go plays on ground equals is colliding. So we can do that. But otherwise, down here, let's get rid of all this. For basic decent feeling ground movement, you only need move speed, acceleration, and a curve. Why does Stoat go to a blank screen frequently? It's just a grey black screen and it won't load. I've restarted it, but it just won't show anything. What are you using to access it? Are you just using a browser? Because I don't have that issue. I don't have that issue with Firefox or WaterFox. Stoat for desktop for Windows, I guess. The official one. Interesting. I'm fairly sure that's an Electron wrapper application. So basically, it's just using a Chrome browser. So that one there. Let's go to the GitHub. For desktop, Electron desktop wrapper for Rewrite. Yeah. So Electron desktop wrapper, whereas for Android, it's a native Android app. For iOS, it's a native iOS app. It's probably just the fact that it's an Electron wrapper. Like honestly, I just use the web app. That's all I use is the web app. But I am very, very tempted to make a desktop native application for Stoat Chat. Just so we can fuck off all the Electron bullshit. I want to make it my maybe after I've done game development for a while, I will switch to doing like converting everything in the world that is an Electron wrapper to an actual native desktop application. And just start getting rid of all of these browser-based applications that people are making because they don't know anything other than TypeScript. Not native desktop app, make it a terminal app. For Linux, it'll be a terminal app. Yeah. What was I doing? That was right. That's right. If it's on ground, then we just calculate that stuff. I don't want to do that. I'm using Arch Linux. Also, how you doing, Wasua? What's up, Wixia? I see you coming in there with the multicolor me. Do I need? I think under here is where I can start doing this. So if I just do, what up, Keiko? How you doing? Apply central force. So this will be our acceleration, I imagine. But now I'm just going to do player basis multiplied by. Actually. Is on ground. Acceleration will apply there. Actually, no. I don't need to do that here. We can also have calculate movement direction. It's going to return a vector 3, which will be the player basis multiplied by input direction x, input direction y, normalized multiplied by player move speed. No. Multiplied by move speed. Or speed. Sure. This will be calculate move direction. So what do I need to do here? Because that's not actually calculating move direction. That's calculating speed. So I think it needs to be move direction times speed over delta. I think that's our acceleration. But we need to apply that to our already calculated Need an input vector for starters. Yeah, I've already got that set up. So on the player, every physics process, I check for an input vector. And then inside my state, so if we're in idle state, for example, I just check if that input direction is 0 procs. If it is, we return out because we're idle. We're just standing there. Otherwise, if we're not, then I check if we're crouched, if we're running, or if we're walking. And I switch into that state. And then under walking, we already have that input direction as well. So, yeah. So for the walk, we need a... Does this need to be... Do we need a cumulative... I don't think we need a cumulative acceleration because we're applying this force every physics tick. So that would accumulate and gain and like increase over time. It changes based on if you want to break and so on. If you want to break and so on. So you have vehicles and stuff, I assume, right? That was good. I didn't recognize it. I think that's Hyperland. Hyperland is so nice. I dot the input vector against the linear velocity. Of course. And that's something that you're doing up in here, isn't it? This for stopping feel-good movement thing. Yeah, that's kind of what I need. Depending if player want to move in other direction, I change the acceleration value. Yeah. But like, so with that, you're doing that in here. Like when you're calculating the movement direction, you're basically getting the movement direction and doing a dot like I have a fixed acceleration value exported as a base value. Right. Do we need a speed value to be exported? Right, so we'd have a speed and we'd have an acceleration, for example. Speed you want to target is max speed. Okay. If the dot is less than 0.2, I just do linear velocity multiply equal 0.5. Well, like, step back, because you've lost me. Like, I'm lost now. I am lost now. So, let's go to our player. We've got our input direction. We go to physics state. If it's idle, it'll switch into walk. if it's walk, we calculate the movement direction. So in calculating the movement direction, we're multiplying basis times the input direction and we're normalizing that. So that gives us our direction. Our acceleration would be our acceleration multiplied by, this would be calc acceleration or whatever. Actually, I'm going to leave that as acceleration. And up here, I'm just going to go base acceleration. So new acceleration. Acceleration without deceleration, enthusiasm with no exit strategy. Well, I can't really apply a deceleration if I don't have an acceleration in the first place. Heavy hand, but it was a side project. But then I also calculate ticks, and there's the curve comes in. So you can have nonlinear acceleration. Right. Back to figuring out acceleration in the first place. There has been a hint. Games have this. Games have this is the hint for the secret word. So I'm assuming new acceleration. You know what? I'm just gonna look something up here because I'm missing parts that I'm not getting. They've got some simple stuff under there. 3D character movement in Godot 4. So what's this gonna do? That's doing character body, not rigid body. Acceleration times velocity length over target move speed. Again, this is using a CharacterBody3D. Fuck. God. So I'm going to fuck those off. So we have movement direction, but we want acceleration. So you're saying this will be our acceleration, our base acceleration, multiplied by our velocity length. So we haven't calculated a velocity yet. So I'm assuming this would be velocity. That'll be velocity. And then we'll have acceleration will be our base acceleration times velocity. And that's going to be the velocity length. And then we're dividing that by I'm assuming it's speed over delta. You gotta stop throwing so much in chat, Mungler. you like put in an explanation and then you go like over 100 things before I even implement what you've said. So the target movement speed, is that going to be speed multiplied by delta? Because obviously our speed would be in seconds. Right? But that doesn't give us a vector 3. That's just going to give us a float. So I'm not multiplying velocity by the acceleration, am I? Acceleration calculation is on the current linear velocity divided by target move speed. All right, acceleration. I'm getting to a point where I'm already sick of rigid body movement. I think speed is the value you want to move at most. Yes. One thing at a time. So we have our base acceleration multiplied by the velocity length, but you're saying that this should be our current linear velocity? And that's divided by the target move speed, which is speed. And then we're doing velocity times acceleration, I assume. Why is this? What problem are you having? Because that's a float. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Let's just see what this does. Well, that's not right. That sent me 4,000 years into the future. Base acceleration's not even set. So base acceleration is 0. So acceleration should be coming out as 0, which means this should be coming out as 0. So what's... And speed 0 as well. Okay, there we go. Now I can set a base acceleration. We'll see if we get something. Okay, so that's our jump. But that hasn't switched us out of jump state, but I don't really care about that right now. Let's go that as 4. Still nothing. It's multiplying by 0. Acceleration is 0. And that's because the player's linear velocity is 0. Like the player's linear velocity, like the current linear velocity of the player is 0 because they're not moving anywhere. So like we need to, like the acceleration can't be based on the current linear velocity, because if the acceleration is based on the current linear velocity, when the player's not moving, there's never any acceleration. Like, it's impossible. Fixed in the first line of that method. Linear velocity multiply equal 0.5f if it's less than 0.2. So if linear velocity is 0, we set it to 1. Otherwise, in left stick dot linear velocity. So there needs to be a dot. What was it called? So we're still on the dot. It's going to be a vector 3, I think. No, it's going to be a float. Full acceleration from standstill. Yeah. Otherwise, what's in left stick? I'm assuming that's just my input direction or my movement direction. So we'll go 1.0 if player linear velocity is 0 approx, else the input vector. So I would do player input direction dot the linear velocity. That's a vector 2. So it can't be the input vector because the input vector is a vector 2, and we need to dot it with linear velocity, which is a vector 3. So it would have to be move direction, which is the conversion of the input vector 2 to vector 3 coordinates. Right? Well, when it comes to Godot, if you do input.getVector, that's a vector too. So if you're taking that and creating a vector 3 from it, then that would be your movement direction. Do that. I don't. So how do you do... So that's returning a vector 2. So how are you getting an input vector that's a vector 3? I construct a usable vector 3 input vector. Yeah, that's this. So that would be this. This vector 3 as input direction X, Y is 0, and Z is input direction Y. So it would be that. I suppose like movement direction would be... Movement direction is multiplying it by basis, so you're right, it's not a movement direction. So this would need to be... So I will do player input direction, but we're going to change this to a vector 3. And down here, we'll go vec2 direction, input direction, vector 3. There we go. So I can set it up like that. And then that'll be fine now. All right. So then we have the dot. Then we go linear velocity vector 3.
You need to normalize the vector in order to flabble-dabble the wobble-doob.
Your face. If dot's less than 0.2, then what we do, player linear velocity
I'll never recover from that comeback.
times 0.5. No one can. Then we can return else. Okay, about that. I could probably get rid of this thing. So that's the general idea. Wish someone normalized you. Input vector as vector 2 only makes sense in 2D. When you're using it in calculations, yes, but when you're getting it from input controls, you're really only moving the player on the X and Y, on the X and Z planes. And the only time you move it on the Y is when you want to jump or fall, which isn't really an input direction. Like jumping, sure, it can be, you could argue it's an input direction, but it's not an actual... Yeah, you get what I mean. Yeah. It's not like a WASD or anything like that. It's not part of the actual walking calculation. Get that over there. I'm gonna check that. Well, no, this still won't work. Well, actually, no. If it's 0, it's 1.0. So 1.0 if it's 0 procs, otherwise input direction. So yeah, it should be. It's because down here. Down here, I'm using player linear velocity. When I'd probably want to do that, right? Well, no, because this is. That would still be. Like, initially, dot is 1. Because linear velocity is 0, so dot is 1. But down here, linear velocity is still 0. But then, okay, so you're sampling the curve based on that. So at 0, your curve will have. Like your curve is your curve when normalized acceleration modifier is 0 would be. Yeah. What up, Hilden? Good night, Hilden. Okay, hot sauce. Nighty night. All right. And thanks for the hot sauce. So, what I'm going to do. Um, I want these down here. If I take these, 5. I'm going to take those 6. Up on player. We're going to... For now, that's good enough. Speed, I can pass in. Actually, no. Yeah. You're doing acceleration multiplied by the curve, but you've also got the move speed there. So you have the player's move speed. We got the base acceleration. Up here, we go. Speed, move speed, speed. We don't want to do that. We'll do that. So now that's something we can calculate on all of it. But over here, we've got the curve as well. So I'm going to need to set up a curve. Go. Acceleration curve. Now, do you have an acceleration curve that is different between running and walking? How you doing, Drip? What's going on? No, hydrate. I can do that. So, like, does your walk have an acceleration curve and your run have a faster acceleration curve, or... Make it work first so you don't mess up the curve. Well, the thing that we've taken from your stuff only works if we have an acceleration curve. Because right now, linear velocity is still 0. So we still end up with no movement at this point in time. Because we've got nothing to... So if I'm going to do it that way, I still need that curve set up so that I can... I think wings today is the move, debating fish and chips tonight and wings tomorrow, or wings tonight and fish and chips tomorrow. Why don't you get both tonight, have half of each tonight, and then tomorrow night have the other half? And I know what you're going to say, because it's the exact same thing I'd say. I'll just end up having all of it tonight. Alright, ads. Take a break. Take a break, rest our brains for a bit. Lair. You need to apply central force, input vector, mass, calculate acceleration. Yeah. Yeah. I'll set up the curve, and then we need the move direction multiplied by mass multiplied by acceleration. Craig? Craig's a name. Grail. Nice, nice. What about this? Damn it. Damn it. Drip. I was going to take rail. What about Claire? Darcy. Carl. Oh. Oh, of course, Drip. Of course. There you go. I have no idea what the first word is. Probably Cali. The first word was probably Cali. Yeah. All right, one more round. Let's see. Fuss. Ooh, not fuss. Cuss. F is fake. I know what the word is, yep. Popped off this round. I don't need to know about your flatulence. Alright? None of us do. There you go. There you go. I figured no one was getting it. So. Sus. Yeah. Users. F is fake. God damn. Yeah. Cusses. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, level 10 on the next ads. Let's get this curve set up here. I assume we're just using the one curve, regardless of. I assume it's just 2D curve. So I assume it's that. You know, I'm going to make it a curve 3D because hang on. Just make it a curve. There we go. Just a curve. Looking at the curve right now, it starts on 0. I don't know what's going on. How does your how does your acceleration work? How does your acceleration work? If at 0, 0, like if at x of 0, it's 0. How is it working? Because your linear velocity is 0. So this ends up being 0. So this would get 0 and multiply by 0. That would just return 0. How does your movement work? I guarantee you have this function set up, but this function isn't doing anything. I guarantee you're doing something elsewhere that makes up for this function doing nothing. Where are we? Apply force, get acceleration. That would just end up being 0. That would just end up being 0. Down here. Okay, down here, you're applying linear velocity to the linear velocity x and z. That doesn't matter. Apply impulse, that's your jump. Velocity y. I don't see how this is working. I don't see how this is working. Your movement should not be working from what I can see. What up, Fanny Slam? We're trying to figure out how Mungalo's movement works because it looks like it just calculates 0. Ah. Let's see if I still use this class. Turns out you don't even use it. Nothing in here does movement. It is the one on the play avatar. Oh, I'll go a bit of code splunking now. It's so confusing as to how you have this working. It doesn't make sense. Curve that don't start on 0 should be fine. Yeah. It should be. So just having it go like that should be fine. I could even have it like if you have it like that. We go sample linear velocity length or normalized. It'd have to be length, right? Hang on. Length divided by movement speed. Yep. Yeah. And then it's acceleration. Yeah, so it's our base acceleration multiplied by that. That. I just ran the project, fella moves fine. What you want about? That doesn't, it shouldn't move. No existent function sample. It's because it should be sample. 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 There's something we're missing, Mongolo. Something we're not seeing. Whoa. Left and right work, but forward and backwards don't. Huh. Interesting. Left and right work, but forward and backward don't. How interesting. Maybe the movement direction. You have that acceleration, move direction multiplied by mass multiplied by acceleration. Basis multiplied by input direction X, input direction Y. This here I'm going to move up as well. Move these up here. Get rid of player from all of it. With global basis, by the way. True. True. That's a good point. By calculate movement. Under jump, get rid of that. We'll go player on ground. Let's see. Now, forward and backwards don't work. If I'm looking up and down, like if I'm moving the mouse while it's happening, it's... I shouldn't be able to do that. I too be flabbergasted. I feel like this is something I can do in here. Now I don't need... Let's do like... Is player on ground, switch out. I'm not going to worry about that at the moment though. It is very odd. So we get our vector 2 direction, which is our input vector. We change that to a vector 3, so we have x left and right, y forward and backwards. And then in our walk, we calculate acceleration, which if linear velocity is 0, dot is 1. Base acceleration, multiply acceleration curve, and we sample linear velocity length divided by movement speeds. That comes out as 0, which should be 1. So it should be base acceleration times 1. In idle, let's see what those three are coming out as. Oil basis multiplied by input direction x, input direction y, normalized. But that can actually just be... Oh, that's why. Yep. That's why it wasn't working. And what I can do if acceleration is 0 approx, we can do switch state emits player states idle. Up in idle, we want to do a similar calculation as this stuff. Which means I can probably take all of this and put it into our base state. We go like such. Under jump, you do your own thing there. So that's... You're going to want to calculate without taking into account movement direction. So we can take this. Pop it here. No, I would need a movement direction. Movement direction will just be the linear velocity times base, right? Normalized linear velocity. I don't know. Hmm. Because I want it to keep moving when it's jumping, but I can work that out later. Alright. So now the question is, why am I nowhere? Calculate movement direction. There is no input. So that would be 0. You would be 1. So it'd be 0 times 1 times 0 times 0 times 75 times 1. So that's just 0. It's approximately 0. We emit idle. Idle. Get rid of that. Whenever I move the mouse, and it's because my global basis is changing, I think. How is it working? You get 0 acceleration when moving max speed, so not only when idle. The curve is the other way. It starts on 1. Yeah. That's how I have my curve set up, Mongolo. Yeah, that's exactly how I have my curve set up, Mongolo. But you said that your curve starts at 0. And that's why we were confused, because we were like, well, if it starts at 0, how does it end up being anything? Sure. Put your head in the sand. All right. Tired brain don't squirrel. Um. Let me tweak. How's that feel? That's a good walk speed. So let me. I was with you that curve should not start at 0, but brain just looked at curve and decided to read it as if it was flipped. So having run, I'm gonna need to implement some. I'm gonna need to implement some sort of what do you call it? I'm gonna have to implement something for like to make it that, you know, in certain areas you should walk. Yeah, like something for puzzles. When you get things right and it just works, you get nice collision and things almost for free. And you don't feel very planted into the game world, which is nice. And you do feel very planted in the game world, which is nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think I just need to figure out what's going on with the rotation now. So like we're rotating. Walking is for the birds. I mean, true. That is very, very true. When we so we rotate the player based on mouse rotation, like based on look position and stuff like that. But that impacts our acceleration and such. So I think we need to take into account previous acceleration, and we need to subtract like in here we need to take into account current linear velocity, like and the new linear velocity minus the current linear velocity or something like that. Let's slow down when turning, so you might want to try it without or more. I think what I need to do, because I do have that incorporate here, the input direction dot linear velocity, but the problem there is that our input direction isn't taking into account mouse input, right? Oh, no, it is. That's the problem. That becomes less than 0.2 a lot. Is the camera child of the player because that also affects how smooth things are. Looks a little jerky now, but I assume doing that most of that with input. So we've got the camera as a child of the player, and when I rotate, I'm rotating the player based on the mouse input. Whereas yours is based on controller joystick, I believe. That code don't rotate at all. It does when it's a character body. Like, it does indeed when it's a character body. If you're rotating, it comes from collision with floor. I know I need to update this because we're now using a rigid body. I know that. Like, ask me why, but for me, Avatar is rotating slowly right if I place them on floor. It's probably to do with your rigid body being a capsule. You know, if your collision shape is a capsule, it isn't a capsule. What's your collision shape for your characters? Cylinder. Cylinder. Doesn't that have issues going up slopes? Like that's why I always use a capsule, because the curved base of the capsule makes it easier going up slopes. It's like curves. So how can I rotate this based on mouse input? Guess we need to do, because I can't just rotate. I'd have to apply. No, it wouldn't be that. Well, it would be a torque. Yeah, rotational impulse. Applies a rotational force without affecting position. If you look closely, my players lean a bit left and right when bumping things. That's because they're bumping their toes, basically. Apply constant forces to keep them upright. Ew. Ew. But I have it so that it's not rotational. So that does rotate, but still, when I move, if the mouse is moving, walk a 1 centimeter wedge on a vertical wall. Yuck. That way to be gamified, so when overburdened with drunk or both or just an Aussie, you'll have a hard life. Lies. We don't have a hard life in Oz. We have tough wildlife, but yeah. What you Americans think. Also broke my brain when making recursive step support. Ouch. Why is this breaking? Not American. You non-Australians. Where do you do rotation? Oh, a look at. That's right. I've got to do a look at. But how would I implement that? Being called American is pretty slanderous, speaking as an American. Look, that's a bit iffy. Not even that, but it'd be like player. Look at from position. No. I cache all mouse input under input, then consume in physics process. That's what I'm thinking I need to do. And that's something that I actually did for Bobble Shop Sim, I think. and or mouse movement. Yeah, I combine it all into character mouse rotation. And then inside player, we apply rotations only if trolley's disabled or furniture's null, not null. Otherwise, yeah, and then that does the rotate wide camera rotation and sets it back to vector 3.0. But how is that gonna work? Global rotate works great. I might try that for this. Rotates radians and give the axis in global space. Yeah. Go here. Go. Mouse rotations. Do player mouse rotations X. Gonna be U. Mouse rotations Y. It's gonna be U. And that's because moving the mouse on the Y, we're rotating on the X-axis. Moving it on the X-axis, we're actually rotating on the Y. Or moving on the X plane, we're moving on the Y-axis. Yep. In here, we can do and apply rotations. Do I want to do that before or after? We will find out. Camera. Mouse rotations X and global rotate vector 3 up, mouse rotations Y. Because that's the axis, isn't it? Yeah. And then we need to do mouse rotations vector 3.0. I should really make that. Hydrate. I will hydrate momentarily. Let's see. Rotate around the global basis. YX. Not for the camera. Because the camera needs to rotate local. Because the camera is a child of the player. If I rotate it based on the camera's global, then it's going to rotate weird. Yeah, it's just the player that I want to rotate global. But see how it's still... Still when I'm moving, when I'm rotating, it's not... not when you're rotating global space, and later when you rotate player, it will stay consistent. Well, no, because when I rotate the player in the future, the camera is now going to be on the side, so it still needs to rotate on its local basis, on its local X. Because if the player goes up a wall, you don't want the camera to be rotating on its global X. You want it to be rotating on its local X, so that it's like looking up at the roof. And then they didn't use global rotate. I don't think I did. For player, I did. Camera is rotate X. Player is global rotate. So I'm rotating the player on the global. But the camera is just local. However, will I want the player to rotate global? Because if the player goes up a wall, their local, like their local up is, right? I don't know. I'll deal with that when I get to it. Right now, I don't care about that because we haven't even started working on gravity-based puzzles yet. We've got like 5 other puzzle categories to do before we get to those. So, don't care. Yeah, it's not important now. I get what you mean though, like changing this to be like basis Y or whatever. I need to figure out what, like, all I want to figure out now is why when I rotate, do I not move forward? I want to keep moving while rotating, but I'm not. So we need to figure that out. That's all I care about right now. Anything else that gets discussed, I don't care about. I'm going to ignore it. See how that dot's going into the negatives there. So close you, close you, close you. Under here, calculate the move direction, calculate the acceleration, which is the input direction, and the linear velocity, dot linear velocity. But if the linear velocity is going backwards, it's going to be less than. So that doesn't make sense to me either. Because if we're facing backward, it's going to be like -3. There's no physics material on the player. No. Again, don't care about the friction or making like that moving weird. I just want to fix the rotation. I don't think I need... I'm going to toggle that off for now. Because I don't think that's doing anything at the moment for me. I mean, it might be, actually. No, not really. It does have a bit of a curve to its movement. See, it has that bit of a curve to its movement. I wonder if it's... Okay, that's why we lock rotation. Does it need to be linear velocity normalized? Is that what I'm missing there? No. You're just doing in left stick dot linear velocity. So I think actually that's just in left stick, which is turning, I would assume. Left, right, up, down. Building input vector for left stick. So left stick is used for looking or moving. I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna pause for the words because this has me stumped. Left stick is movement, right stick rotation, attacking. Okay, so that's not gonna be my issue. Why would it not be? I still have coffee. Start with zero friction material so you can rule out physics sim pushing rotation into player. All right. That actually, that cold coffee there actually tasted really good. It actually tasted like a proper iced coffee. Like, wow. That tasted really good. Recent. Doesn't look like we're going to get very far. rent. Near? No, too late. We've already passed. But there's no point in doing another. Let's see. So if we give you a physics material, set your friction to 1. I'll leave it as that for now. See what happens. It should be 75. And that means I'm going to need to increase these. Yeah. It's not really doing anything. Can I actually just leave this as to what it was? Did you multiply with mass? So force doesn't care about mass. Movement is faster on an angle. That's straight ahead. And it's because of the... It's because that's less than 0.2, but that's greater than 0.2. That's why. And that again brings us back to the dot. Brings us back to this. Like the dot going less than 0.2. I need that to be an absolute. But that still wouldn't make sense. But without it, this never finishes. Hmm. Morning, Mike. How you doing? This doesn't happen. Not yet, no. Like, all I care about right now is rotation. So, like, I want to get that rotation fixed. I want to be able to keep moving while looking to the left and right. But what's stopping it? Enjoyed some Division 2 yesterday. Try and get away. Even started a character on the Division Resurgence coming to Steam in a couple of days. Free to play. Nice. Good, I suppose. Had a few bad days. I can imagine. You want to look to the side without changing move direction. No, Mungalo, no. So when I'm rotating the camera, the player doesn't move at all. I need to fix that so that as I'm moving and I look down, I'm still moving forward. Or if I'm turning, the player is turning. The same thing that I've been trying to figure out for the last hour. This doesn't. Move direction, input direction is normalized. I'm just going to normalize you there so that I don't need to do it down here. Like, it doesn't make sense. The rotation is done after I apply the force. So we apply the force and then we apply the rotation. If I apply the rotation and then I apply the force, is that gonna fix it? Nope. It's like when the mouse is moving, it just stops taking input from anything else. Yeah. Planning on doing some Lego all day today. Might stay away from code or game dev today. Hey, let's see if you can get Optimus Prime finished. Yeah. Okay, so have 4 bags done. And it's step 154 out of 410. God damn. Another reason to deal with the integrated forces and state of the object. What up, Cammy? How you doing? Your team RigidBody? I'm currently team RigidBody is a pain in the ass and want to just go back to a CharacterBody3D. But at the same time, I don't want to do that because if I do that, I'm not going to be able to do the things I want to do in this game. Try doing the rotation deferred. Nope. Interesting. I wonder, you're doing an apply force. You're doing an apply force. I'm doing a apply central. Oh, I'm doing an apply central impulse. Fuck's sake. God damn. All right, now movement is really slow. And that's because I need to go walk at 10 and 5. Run. The run will probably be like 18. You'll be like 12. You'll need to be 13 and 6. That's my issue, Mungalo. And it doesn't fix the rotation, but let's see. Probably need acceleration 40-60 range. Nah. You got to remember it's 75 kilograms. So it doesn't fix the rotation issue, but you can probably be 18. Pop you. Sure, I'll bump this up to 40 for run. And for this we'll go 12 and 26. I can drop this down to 8. Have you at 18. maybe 16. Drop you down to 12. Drop you to 20. 24. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. You multiply with 4, so you don't have to think about the mass. That is correct. Yeah, that gives us... I do like that feel, Munglo. Running, I can slow down a bit. Even the walk, I can probably slow down a little bit. I can probably have you at 9. Probably put you back to 6. Have the acceleration be just double whatever the speed is for the time being. Let's see. You're rotating the physics body instead of just the camera. Well, yes, the player does rotate. Like the player does rotate left and right. Because otherwise, it's not gonna make much sense if the player goes past a mirror or something. They're moving backwards, and the character model is facing the other direction. Yeah. It's like we need to rotate the thing. What I could do, I am using 4.7, yes. What I could do is... It's pretty slow walk. It definitely feels a bit more like a run. I probably want to make it a bit faster. I could set it up so that I rotate. Like I have the camera underneath the character model, and we rotate the character model, and we apply the input based on the character model's direction instead of... That feels like a better run speed. So that feels like a good walk speed. That feels like a good run speed. Maybe a little bit faster on the run. Let's do that. So what I could do... I don't have a character mesh at the moment, but I am going to have a character mesh at some point. Gonna have the camera under that. Then what we can do is we go mesh basis. We go. Then we're gonna have the issue of if we rotate the mesh when the player goes up a wall. So here's the issue with that, Cammy. If I walk up a wall, like if I have the player walk up a wall as a part of a gravity puzzle, I would need to have the rigid body now rotate, right? That's something I probably need to... That's something I can handle later. But if I have this... So we just rotate Y by that. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. See what happens. Before we go ahead and break everything. Make sure we get the camera properly. Well, if the rigid body is rotating, then I don't need to worry. Like, if the rigid body is rotating to apply a gravity change, I don't need to worry about rotating the mesh because the mesh is a child of the rigid body. And when I'm rotating when I'm rotating the mesh, I only care about its local rotation to the rigid body. And then my input velocity and such is based on the global basis of the mesh. Yeah. Well, no, because... Yes. Because then as the rigid body changes, it's also changing... Yeah. Now, you can see how as I move the mouse, even up and down, it stops me from moving. And this is rotating the mesh and the camera, not the rigid body. So that is not the solution there. That has not solved our rotation issue. Be your global basis. Just because I know people are going to be like, oh, it's using basis. I'm just going to change this to global basis first to just show that that doesn't fix anything. All right. I don't know if it's a 4.7 bug or what changed. That's all right. They... I have a feeling it might have something to do with that. Okay, no, so it does still have a velocity. It does still have a linear velocity. It's just not moving. I haven't had anything to deal with it, so 4.6 is good enough for me for now. You can solve it, so I can ask you when I go for the upgrade. Me solving it would require me to actually know what the issue is. Because it still had a linear velocity as we were rotating. So I think we may need to override the integrated forces. Transforms overriding sim changes, so even if sim moves the body, it will get pushed back. So the transform can apply the rotation to the physics body. It does have to be something like that. Um, see what we got here. Nothing in here so far. Nope. None of those issues are what we're experiencing. You know what I'm gonna do? Yep, nothing in there. Huh. Comment out the horizontal rotation. You then look up and down and move at the same time. I don't think so. No. Yeah. I've commented that out, so it's just this that's rotating. It is just the camera that's rotating. How was it? It did rotate just then, didn't it? How is that happening? How am I rotating left and right? That's commented out. What? Is there some other rotation that's happening? Have you checked the curve? The curve, like that doesn't apply here. What the fuck? Play a jump. Is it going into here? Oh! That's gonna be it. That was running. Because it wasn't it wasn't an unhandled input state, which gets called here. It was always being called. Let's see if that fixes things. That now works, but the rotation's very choppy. Like, very choppy. If I do... Actually, if I just do U as a rotate Y. And I get rid of this mesh stuff. $107. No, yeah. So that's now working. But it's very... Yeah. So what I'm going to do instead is go... I'm going to see if this works. Because rotating it in physics process is very choppy. That's better rotation there. But now we have that issue come back. So whenever we do this in unhandled input, causes a problem. I wonder if it's because I was applying the rotations after the movement. Very choppy movement. I've my player view scene with camera disconnected. Tracks the avatar, view pivots, interpolated, transform. So I get extra smoothing of the view. Physics runs slow compared to frame rate. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if I just do like a lerping. If I have the rotation lerp towards that value. Because it's pushing back transform overriding the rotation. So it looks consistent with physics tick rate. Try lowering tick rate to 20. I don't think so. What I could do, like I'll go into here, we'll go, I'll drop this to 20 for now. Just to test that out. Jeez, that is slow and choppy. um, Like the jitter rate, I would say the jitter rate doesn't change. Still looks like it was overriding rotation after every tick. I mean, if it was overriding the rotation after every tick, the rotation would never move because we're applying the rotation in every tick. So if after every tick it's overriding the rotation, it would override it back to what it was and never move, right? It's way too choppy. Setting rigid body transform every frame is always going to make it upset. Also, doing outside of physics updates is doubly so. The transform is everything, though. The transform is position and rotation. It's the basis. It's the origin, stuff like that. Like the transform controls all of that. Like if you don't have a transform, you don't have a position. Oh, inside the physics simulation, yeah. But like we're always updating the rigid bodies transform. Yeah. Basically, what you're saying, basically everything you're saying is you're not allowed to rotate things. That's basically what you're saying, because if I rotate something, it's going to break the transform. Which obviously can't be true, because if that was true, we would never be able to turn a rigid body. So there has to be a way. Let's see. Get rid of that. Yeah, do it that way. Oh. Okay, that wasn't my internet. Good. Sorry, things stopped for stuff I was watching. And I was like, oh, was my internet gone? No. It'd be very, very funny, though, if my internet dropped like 2 weeks after they finished their stabilizing updates. So applying torque is a rotational force without affecting position. But that only works if I have that turned off. But if I have that turned off, that causes other problems. I'm also going to put this. I'm going to pop this back to what it was. Oops. Apparently not. I got rid of the lock rotation. We're still applying torque there. But like, even if I apply the, like, before I had the rotation applying to the mesh underneath. Makes me feel like I'm skating on ice. That was so weird. Turn that dampening up. I am running physics on a separate thread, yes. I mean, the up and down sucks, but the left and right kind of works. Data copy between transforms, yeah. All right, now I just need to figure out the camera. Because the camera's rotation is now being real poopy. You know what? You know what? The camera's only up and down, so that's not going to change player direction or anything like that. So what's screen relative? The screen relative is what you use when the mouse is pinned. Look at that. Look at that up and down. Look at that left and right. Oh yeah. When the mouse is captured. Where is it? So you've got screen relative. The coordinate is not scaled according to the content scale factor. It's the unscaled mouse position relative to previous position in the coordinate system of the screen, position at first frame. And then you got screen velocity, which is the unscaled mouse velocity in pixels per second. This should be preferred over relative for mouse aiming when using input mouse mode captured. Yeah. But I like this. I like this. So we rotate the camera inside the unhandled input, store the rotation of the character, and then we apply that as a torque to the rigid body. And we have the rigid body's angular velocity dampening to a degree that prevents it from drifting a ton. Because if I set this to 5, see that? That's what happens when it's drifting to 5. Like when it's dampening is 5. So I can like... And that's actually... If I set up a... Oh, that's gonna work really well for gravity puzzles. Because if I have a puzzle where it's low gravity and the player's like rotating, every time the player moves, I reduce the dampening in that puzzle. So when the player moves, they like rotate further than they should. I'm gonna really like that. Okay. I'm just gonna get that locked in. But I do like how that feels. And it gives that little bit of like delay, like that little bit of drift. The other thing I need to do. Come on. I need to stop that from happening. Oh, let's get the quiz for this set up. Haven't changed margins on the colliders there. No, not yet. What I need to do is have this, because I still need to figure out how I'm actually going to do these. Because I don't want to have them as tri-meshes. So here's the question for you, Mungo. How would you implement this sort of puzzle interaction? So the player picks up the hexagon, they go to put it through here. Yeah. You don't want them to be able to rotate it and have it glitch through certain aspects. But at the same time, you don't want to have a tri-mesh. This is the first puzzle, Cam, so this is the puzzle that you're going to get stuck on. Hexagon in the square hole. You will be able to do that. You will be able to put them all through the square hole. You'll be able to put them all through the diamond as well. Yeah. You'll be able to put the star through the square and the hexagon. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. But yeah, you'll be able to put them all through multiple slots, except, yeah, including the square. Yeah. Put a fake block just by the hole, as if it was just about to get pushed in. Hide it if the player has some block and its transform is close enough to the fake block transform. Nuke player's block, activate the fake one, push it into the box. Then you don't need to have some insane colliders. But here's my issue with that, Mungo. I want the puzzles to be physics based. Like move, like you pick something up, you push it in, sort of thing. It's an easy solution. Just have the tri-mesh and deal with the performance issue. Is that going to be your solution? No tri-mesh. What I said is the easy one. Oh, what you said is the easy one, right? Because the other thing as well is the player will be able to grab this and open it up, and they'll be able to place the blocks just directly in and not worry about putting them through any of the slots. Work out that it is a compound body with many base shape colliders. Yeah, like have like a collider down here sort of thing. Goes up off there. Have one that like goes down here up to there, like back up to its spot there. Have another one that comes down around there, another one that goes around there, another one that goes around there. Yeah. Anyway, this one here. I've set that margin to 0. But I think what you've said is probably the best way to do it. There's setting for how much two things overlap before they start reacting. Yeah, there's... Where is it? This stuff here, like the penetration slop and all that kind of stuff. Speculative contact distance. Radius around physics bodies, inside which speculative contact points will be discarded in meters. Yeah. But what I'll do for now is going to create a single convex. So we have a single convex for each of these sides here. Where is that for now? I'll just check what happens at the moment. With penetration at full, at default, the eggs just pass through the catapult spoon when trying to launch. They shouldn't do that. I don't know why that's happened. Words, y'all. Let's get on the words and have a little bit of a break. Put our mind to rest. I think P is fake. P is fake. Ooh, Rit. Mungalo, Steel and Writer. Writer. God damn. So I was looking at Cammy's word Rit, and I was like, oh, what about Rit with an E? It's like, that's right. What the hell am I thinking? take it so I can gloat a bit. Yeah, I try to avoid taking the large word straight away. Um, oh, P's fake. Duh. Tier. Okay, so there's no 4-letter word starting with an R. One starting with a W. W I T E. I don't know. Oh, wire. WIRE. Duh. Wait. All right. Let's give this a bit of a testy westy. Oh, actually, hang on. I need to go in here first. Local share. Needs to be. Ew. Yeah. That's exactly what I wanted to have happen with that door, too. That is exactly what I wanted that door to do. I have to do the same thing with that. All right. Back in 2. So, I could actually probably just put these. Hmm. That's what I need to do with this. Oops. There we go. Beautiful. You go under there. Get rid of that. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Are you very wokey? Ha 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 ha. Now I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna ask me what the hell am I talking about? You know the answer. I'm very sleep. No one got the secret word yet? Not yet. Not yet. Secret word still up for grabs. I have a feeling this one's gonna be up for grabs for a bit. The clue was games have this. Like every game has this. Well, every game? Nah, not every game. Not every game.
I've come to a point where I don't even have to say anything about what you're talking about.
True. True. What the hell are you talking about? Neverything. Yep. Neverything. Speaking of collisions, this is how I set collisions on things. Had to make some tooling for it. And write it right into a custom resource. But collision is solid. I can put the weapons through small gaps and such. What? Neverything is never enough. Neverything is always something. This isn't loading. This isn't loading, Oki. Or Mungo. When needed, it makes collision-based shapes. There we go, now it's loaded. So, the reason why I don't want to do that is performance stuff. Because, like, it is cool to be able to do this and whatnot, but if you have multiple collision shapes, I guess in this instance it'd be fine because you need all of these collisions to be active at the same time. But you wouldn't want to use multiple collision shapes for like your building or something. At least not under the same static body. So you'd want to have like a static body for one wall, a static body for the floor, static body for the back wall. So that way that Godot's internal physics can just discard the static bodies and stuff that it doesn't need to worry about. Whereas if you have all of those collision shapes under the one static body, it has to take into account all of those collision shapes because it can't discard any of it. All that just got instanced and built in runtime, and it works fine. Yeah, like for the weapons and stuff, for the weapons it would be fine because you need those weapons, like you need all of those collisions to be active. Like you need the entire collision around that weapon to be active. But yeah, yeah. So it makes sense to do it for a weapon, but you don't want to do it for everything in your, like for everything in the world. Because then all of a sudden you end up with like these large areas that can't be discarded because they're attached to this collision shape over here. Often you get away with tri-mesh on a house though. I had a tri-mesh in Bobble Shop Sim, and then I got rid of it because I found every time the player interacted with, like, walked into that tri-mesh, FPS tanked. Like, you'd be walking around at like 240 FPS, and then you walk into this thing, and all of a sudden it drops down to like 100. Monitoring collisions on the player. It was a CharacterBody3D. So like the player wasn't monitoring for those objects or anything like that. There was no area or anything. Like the player was just a character body that was walking around, and yeah, character body would def monitor collisions under the yeah. So it could have been that, but like it tanked hard, tanked very hard. A tri-mesh can generate thousands of collisions when a base shape would do one. Yeah, and that's because of how the tri-mesh is set up. Yeah. So. Let me see. I think I need to adjust the run. Because I feel like the run has too much slide when they stop. I need to implement this stuff. But the issue is this dot product. There is convex collision shape too. Yes. A convex collision shape, that works if you want to encapsulate something. So, for instance, on Mungalo's swords and stuff, Mungalo wouldn't be able to use a convex for this. Because it would like come out to here and then go up. and then come down to here. Primitives have more optimization opportunities. Yeah. That's why convex decomposition is built into the engine. You're thinking of a concave. If you want to have the collision shape carve that out, you would have to have a concave collision shape. So like this one here. This one here is a convex. Oh, whoops. Lock that back. Lock you back. But if I try to have... So what, this... We've got here to here, which is here to here. If I increase this, and I try to put it at... let's see... an X of 0 and a Z of 0. That doesn't do anything with it. And that would be like right there. I bump that up to like 0.03. That. So that's what the convex is doing. But if I have it as 0.25, it's not going to cut that bit out. So if you wanted to create that, you'd need to do that concave polygon shape. Or make us twist the concave shape into multiple convex parts. Yeah, but you're not going to create a collision shape using that stuff. This dot here. So how are you doing this dot product stuff, Bungalow? Because I could never get it working right. Because you get the dot based on the left stick to the linear velocity. But from what I can see, the dot product so I've got the input direction dot product. But your left stick input does not account for the right stick input, but the left stick is your movement. So my input direction is the same as your left stick input. But for me, this causes problems because it's going to multiply the linear velocity by a half if I'm moving in a certain direction. Like, you see how that's less than 0.02 with that dot product? Whereas if I'm facing this way, it's just always doing it. That dot is causing a lot of issues. Well, Chica. Is input direction the world direction? It's input. So that would be that'd be that. The movement direction calculated here would be the global basis multiplied by the input direction. No work, chess. All right. All right, chess it is. Bring it on, Chica. Chess.com. Velocity is directional in wheel space. Remove your king from the board. Already done, Chica. Already done. Oh. Yeah, I think the naming of like in left stick instead of being like left stick direction or something was throwing me off, because I was like, well, if it's the input doesn't care about your global rotation or anything like that. It's just input. But yeah, like obviously your left stick input is going to be different to my WASD input, because the left stick will go around. That's all right. That's okay. Yep. I knew you'd do that. But that's fine. Because now you've blocked off that path, so. I don't like that. That was stupid. What up, Schachleben? Funny to see someone play chess. Especially when that person is terrible at chess. So Ugh. Oversight, Chica. We reached novelty on move 4, let me think. Guess what? I'm a C++ noob who's currently building his own chess engine. Oh, damn. Damn, own chess engine. Oh, yeah, we both had a blunder. Damn. Damn, we were very even that game. We were very even that game. So, how are you finding it? Are you enjoying building your own chess engine? I'm not doing any C++ at the moment, but there is going to be stuff that I do in C++ once I get this stuff figured out. I'll probably be able to move a bunch of this into C++, to be honest. Oh, maybe that's what I can do. Maybe I get the player movement stuff put into, like, move all that over into C++ once I have it all working. Let's just say it's fun. It is. I was expecting B5 or H7 on that last move. That's fair. That's fair. Ow. Ignore my broken neck. Let's see. My code basically breaks half the C++ conventions. You're not coding if you're not breaking C++ conventions. Wow. That is a slow ass velocity. Now I don't have that smooth stop anymore. Running 180. Let's see. Rumor has it that orthodontists everywhere are planning to go on strike. Brace yourselves. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. But it's now the stop. The stop is like instant now. But I think that's because of my idle. Like, so you can see here when acceleration is a 0 or a proc, so I go into idle. But then our idle has no calculation for doing that stuff. Can you feel it breaks his turn? Yeah, yeah. It definitely gives that slow down. Like, yeah, that feels clean. Jeez, that doesn't even go into. And it's because moved. Oh, because move direction is null. I think I want to do is. Is the move direction's going to be null or going to be 0? So what I need to do is I need to set up a I have a function that is nearly 1,000 lines of code and one that's around 650, 700 lines of code. Wow. Just finished the undo move system. So what I need is if move direction is 0, I think I need to remember. Yeah, so I need to. If move direction is 0 procs, we do. Um, no, it wouldn't be that because then it would never hit 0. It would never hit 0. Sure, it will. Friction dampening. Ah, that's true. We do have the dampening stuff. That is a very good point. So I'm going to take those. We're going to go if linear velocity is 0 procs, switch into idle. What the fuck happened there? um Ship it. It's clearly working as intended. hell's it doing? It has to be when the idle starts. But the idle doesn't do anything with velocity. Like, the idle just sets the move speed to 0 and just goes, if there's no input, return out. Otherwise, switch state. If there is input, switch state. Comment it out. I'll remove it completely. Yeah. Actually, I do it like that. Actually, no. What am I doing? I don't even need that. Oh, you know what? You know what? I should return out there. I should return out there. Yep. Maybe we do a little bit. Let's give it a little bit of a help stopping, you know? Yeah, that feels good. Yeah, nice. Nice. And now if I do is 0 procs and go switch state emits player states idle. So it doesn't, like, idle doesn't do anything in terms of velocity or force or anything like that. Yeah, I think it's because I wasn't returning out. That feels nice. That feels really nice. Like, maybe not the turning there. I think I need the turning to be up. Um, Seems to be sluggish when walking and W swapping test. No, so let me reset that. Because most of what you saw was running. Yeah. So this is backward. This is forward. So it's pretty good there. That's walking forward, backward. If we're running, but then you've also got like when you turn while running, it slides. So like you turn towards the doorway and you like might overshoot it. Yeah, it feels like it's giving it a bit of a slip. Yeah, drop another 10% velocity when dot less than the do stack. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's when they really want to change direction. It drops first half, then another 10%. I'm gonna. Mm-hmm. We'll see what happens here. Now, give me a second. Dot is never 0. Like dot is never less than 0. So sure it is. Well, looking at all of my angles, both forward and backward, it's always around about the same. One went facing the same direction, -1 went opposite. That's assuming you're able to. Like, if I get rid of that, it's assuming you're able to rotate fast enough. Oh, I did manage to get it negative. Not much negative, though. I think I need it to be when it's less than 0. Because if they've turned the mouse or put in an input to give them a direction to the left, that should be a pretty sharp kind of I feel like that can be 2. And this can be like 7, 5. So now I'm running down here. Turn. No. Because I wasn't able to get my input to drop down to negative 0.5. No, that's undid. Oops. Oops. I don't want to go falling off the edge yet. Hang on, I've gone full break. It honestly, the turning feels more like handling a car, to be honest. It doesn't feel like someone walking and then turning. It feels like someone walking and then turning. And it's like as they're turning, they're still going that direction. Ow. Because one is directly in front, isn't it? It's because you usually turn your head without having to turn your entire physics body. Well, no, it's because I can I can turn and I've already got my hips and feet kind of facing that way. Like it's in first person I wouldn't really want it. Yeah. Like, I'm just wondering if I do it as... like, bump it up a bit. Oof. That's the other thing I need to handle. Yeah, it's because the movement speed. The movement speed is causing the dot to be much higher. I need to normalize. Honestly, that's probably what it is. Yeah. Shows dot product for this vector and width. This can be used to compare the angle between two vectors. For example, this can be used to determine whether the enemy is facing the player. Dot product will be 0 for right angles, greater than 0 for angles narrower, and -0 when it's direct, or -1 when it's directly behind. When the vectors are facing opposite directions, and one when they're facing the same way. But if that's the case, (101), which is this, how is the dot getting to be 2.26? How is the dot product greater than 1? I don't understand that. The dot product should be between -1 and 1 because velocity is not normalized. That shouldn't matter. Part about being 1 and -1 is only if they're normalized. Ah, so only if they're normal, right? So this would have to be normalized, and you would have to be normalized. When using unit normalized vectors, right? Right. I missed that normalized part. So like when I'm walking, it's fine. Yeah, maybe not. I might multiply it by like, yeah. If you want to get rid of the drift, you need to do something else. I get a slight slurp of velocity. Like, I think the drift is fine if it's like, if it's a smaller turn. Like if the player's doing that sort of turn, I think it's fine. But if they're doing this, if they're doing that harsh turn, it just gets worse the faster they go. Yeah, exactly. A small bit will go a long way. Make turning crisp. Yeah. I think what I might do. Because the whole point of that is for. No, that's for turning. That's for that. I think if I just have it like this, it'll be fine. Because the other thing I need to figure out as well is how I'm going to handle collisions. Like walking into. Like if I walk into this, like I can't. You know? So I need to handle that stuff a bit better. Mm. We do kind of need that though, don't we? Handling better, you want to slide along the wall. Not necessarily slide along the wall. Like, not necessarily slide, but at least. Like, if I'm walking into this. You know, so I can't really turn or anything like that. And if I'm walking into it here, see how that's like thrown me? It's a bit jarring, is all. Like that's a bit jarring. Yeah. Yeah, not just a bump. Maybe I do want it to slide. And I think I can get that by calculating the direction based off the normal and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't even have that physics material on. I don't even have physics material on, so. And then try wall humping optical tomb style. If done right, you can roll on the wall. Yeah, but I don't think we need that. I think what we could do instead. I think what we could do instead is when you walk into the wall, we have it. Yeah, that felt better. That felt better. Whoa. Whoa, that didn't really do anything the way I wanted it to. I wasn't even facing the direction it was moving by the time I fell off. You know what I think it is? It's this. Our rotation. Our rotation already has it's already a torque. So it already has that little bit of. It's already got that little bit of drag behind it. Sweating up against wall friction. Stop rotation. Did you set the friction to 0 now? No, I haven't. Friction is still 1. Now friction is 0. Oh. That's. What up, Rom? How you doing? You do. Yeah, you do want 0 to make it act more as expected. Let me just change my ears over. There we go. G'day, you gidunts. How yous doing? Welcome in. We are setting up some rigid body movement stuff. How were the games, Boolean? What up, Mungalo? What up, Medusa? What up, Rodrigo? Yes, Mungalo's been helping me with some. Mungalo and Cammy have been helping me with some rigid body character controller stuff. What up, Dev Medic? Damn it, they broke. But yeah, that's what we're doing today. So many great games today, some high quality games, sure. Nice. Have you put out the store game yet? I have, but I'm still fixing bugs and doing improvements for it and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm actually in the process of rewriting the employee restocking logic. So that'll be nice. Saying friction is 0 solves a lot of the side contact issues. That would feel bad if that would feel real bad. That would be a mess to deal with in code. Need some better deceleration. Since now you're not dragging your feet. That's true. That's true. All right, let's do this. Let's set our friction to 0. All right, deceleration code. What was your favorite game from today, Mungalo? Give us a link. Give us a link. Our deceleration. So under here, I guess we can set that to multiply by 0.9 now. But I also need to tweak my acceleration and stuff. Sorry, yeah, Boolean. Sorry, I've just, you know who I was talking to. Give us a freaking link. Okay, you're really bad at faves. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. So don't give us your favorite one from today. Give us the one that you enjoyed the most. Yeah. Give us the worst one. The one you really hated. Exactly. Drop a link to the one that you thought stunk. What do I need to do? I need to, that's right. That's right. That's right. We need to go into here. We need to go your acceleration. Let's do this. Tweak these a bit. Brain cycle. That walk needs to be a lot slower. Rise of Piracy was my fave of the day. Of course. Of course. Whose favorite was not Rise of Piracy? That's the real question. We're going to call you out. Use parallel get deceleration. Yeah, I don't think we'll worry about that. So I think the main issue we have here is that it only stops like the deceleration. We would need that to take into account X and Y, like X and Z. Barely scratched the surface of that game, and I think I must have played it for 2+ hours. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to it. Get to bed, Boolean. Sleep. So what? Brain Cycle, Drones, Rise of Piracy, Spaceman by Galton, Wetter, nice. You Will Fall, Chain Carnate, Cryptid, Crypt ID. I see what they did there. Ah, very nice. Very, very nice. Um, so I think what I need to do, if is zero procs, move direction X. I want to do player. No, that's not it. Because the issue we have now is if the player is moving backwards and then they push left to move backwards into the left and let go of let go of S or back after pressing left, they still have the back velocity going and there's no friction stopping that. That was dot breaking. Yeah. Default linear motion dampening used to gradually slow down physics objects over time. Rigid bodies will fall back to this value when combining their own dampening values, or their own damping values. Suggested values are in the range of 0 to 30. At value 0, objects will keep moving with the same velocity. Yeah, that's all. Yep. I know it'll mess with the top speed and such, yeah. I was like trying to see if there's something we can implement that will have some sort of ground friction. Oh. There we are. But then I'll need the floor to be split out onto something else. So I have the wall with a physics material that has friction. Give the player a physics material. Don't give the floor any. Hang on. What's it doing now? We're not on puzzle room door. Hmm. Now I'm not able to move at all. What did I change? The only thing I did was give you a physics material. The hell? What have I broken? What up, Penny? Would you ever play Deltarune? Possibly. Possibly. I did enjoy Undertale. Easier solve deceleration than the weirdness when the player bumps into things with friction. So what I'm thinking, if I can have the player walk around as normal, which isn't working now. But I can't put it at 0. So if I put it at 0, we get that sliding issue. So I'm going backwards left. Now I'm only pressing left. But you can see how I'm still going backwards. So we need to fine tune this stuff. Do the dot break and velocity slurp if you want crisper. Well, the problem is that I don't move at all at the moment. Like, for some reason, assigning the floor to have a physics material and then unassigning that physics material has just prevented any movement from happening now. I think something is set in the scene that didn't get removed when I... make one set as default project settings. Yeah, but I don't like right now. I'm not too worried about that. I want to get it back to a point where I'm actually able to move. Um, let's see. If we restart Godot, no, still cannot move. There is still no movement whatsoever. I didn't do anything. So this is all the same. It's still running this. The only thing we did was we added the physics material to the ground, tested that, didn't like it, so we removed it. And now that we've removed it, it's still there. Like there's still something happening. All of those are CSG things. Not stuck in idle, are you? I doubt it. Like, idle switches out the moment we have an input. Because, like, in idle, if input direction is 0 procs, we return. Otherwise, its default is to switch into walking state. Unless the acceleration and such for the... Yeah, see, it's going into walk. Like, that still has its values that were working. Do I have to bump this back up to, like, 12 and 20? I think that's what the issue is, because I no longer have the... Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's what it was. Those values were too low. Run can be... we had run at 12, didn't we? Or 11. That's what we need. That still feels like I'm skating too. But what I'm thinking. Let's go floor. So if I give this a physics material, its friction is like 0.3. When I bump into that, it shouldn't move. No. Still has the same issue. Yeah, that feels better. Yeah. Yeah, so I just need to set the walls and stuff. I set the walls and stuff to have a like zero friction. Um, wall door is matte. Have a good sleep, Mungalo. Thank you for the help. It's been much appreciated. I wouldn't be this far without it. it's been it's been interesting to say the least. This rigid body movement stuff is really just doing my head in. But we're getting there. We are getting there. The automated door, I can also add a static body for floor. So the question is, do I even need? I guess yes. There we are. You'd be further if you did the dot break and vel slurp, velocity slurp. It's going down the wrong path. Once you want to start walking walls and so on, you have to jump through hoops to change materials around. So obviously the things that I would want, like the walls that I would want to make walkable and stuff, I wouldn't be using this material for. Like Obviously. Let's see. Correct. But the dot stuff we had before, wasn't working. That was only for turning and stuff. So, like, I don't see it was working. It was only there for when we turn. Slow down when turning a bit. Yeah, when turn, like, that's not breaking. Like, and I've already got something that does that anyway, which is the torque, like the rotation torque that I'm applying. Like the dot break is something completely different. Torque won't turn the velocity vector. I know it won't turn the velocity vector, but it makes what our forward direction is gradual. So you've got to remember, Mungalo, our forward direction is based on our rigid body. So as the rigid body rotates, that's what our forward is. So because the rigid body's torque is rotating, our forward is changing. That gradual is why you slide. Yes. I know this, Mungalo, but don't worry. Yes, the mustache is real. Yes, the mustache is real. Because, like, how about this, Mungalo? If you can tell me now how I can have the character turn using the mouse to turn it without having the stutter or the velocity, like the movement prevention that we had at the start of the stream. If you can tell me how to do that now, I will change that now. If you can't, then I'm keeping it in because that's the only way I can rotate the player. And I know what you're saying, Mungalo. You're saying that our current velocity is not going to be changed by what our rotation is, and I get that, but I'm saying that the new the new velocity that we calculate, whenever I calculate whenever I calculate a velocity to apply, fuck, Mungalo. I know rotation is not velocity, but when you rotate something and you calculate the velocity using the base, like the basis and the direction, that gives you the velocity. So if I'm using torque to rotate the rigid body, the acceleration direction, like the acceleration velocity that I'm calculating to apply as a force, is based on that rotation. I didn't say I recalculate velocity. I'm talking, Mungalo. You're working under the assumption that I'm talking about all of the velocity at once. I'm just talking about when I'm calculating the new acceleration to apply as a force at that instance. I'm not talking about every velocity under the sun that the player has going on. I know you're talking about full velocity, Mungalo, but we can't use your solutions in this because your solutions don't work because I can't turn. Like, the player can't turn if I use your solution. So if we don't have another solution, then there's nothing to really discuss. Like, I have to do something else. Because if I just go with what your code does, then my players aren't going to be able to do anything apart from move forward and backward, stop, turn, and then move forward and backward again. I haven't done slurping of the velocity yet, no. But it's okay, Mungalo, you can go to bed. It's okay. I'll get something figured out. I'm gonna have to tweak those. Do you calculate the velocity of us going around the sun too? I wish. What's this room? This room is currently just a test area. But it will get worked out into something more. So we've got that working for that. So when the player's changing direction, we've obviously got the central force. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna just make this. I think because the central force will be higher up. If I apply it from there, it's gonna give us the same. So what I could do, because we've got it stopping, like the deceleration is fine. It's only if I'm holding another input. So I can move and not have it do that slide if I'm letting go before I press the next input. I'd have to, and that dot we had before only handled this turning. I have to turn that up higher though. I have to turn that up higher. As physics adventure, it's as annoying as ever. It's a physics adventure. Of course, it's going to be annoying. Being trapped in this room forever would suck. Bright lights and all smooth edges. Make for a great horror game. It's going to be a puzzle game. It won't be a horror game. Because that there prevents... Like, it doesn't prevent the issue that I'm currently working on, though. All it does is deal with this. So I think what I need... puzzle games scare nearly as many people as horror games in my experience. The puzzle is you have to count ceiling tiles, then you recount them, and for some, the number of ceiling tiles always changes. Yeah, I guess we need more puzzle horror genre blends. Probably goldmine. Um, you could probably set up something like that. Like set up a set it up so that you I guess probably just be like an escape room. It's basically an escape room, but you're trying to escape someone. They're trying to find a way. That could be, that could be a good friend swap game. You have 4 people trying to escape it, or up to 4 people trying to escape an escape room, and you have one person that's trying to break into the escape room to get to them. What up, New Jank? How you doing? Dead by Daylight, but with escape room puzzles. And the player trying to get into the room could freak them out by like banging on the window or something, and players are like, "Oh crap!" Dev's going all right, Nujank. Dev's going all right. Um, let's go like that. Is this the idea? Thinking about making a game like Simon Says, but with Bluetooth shock collars hooked up to it. That could work. I think that might need to be. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Looks like my time has come. Good night. Good night, Cammy. Have a good sleep. Combine this with the Who Ate the Laxative game. You got a hit on your hands. You got a shit on your hands. It's pretty. Because I can't have it. I can't have it like that. Because then the second you change. Oh, yeah, game door. Sorry. Sorry, Ouija. Give me a moment. I'll get to the game door. I've been very. Yeah, that's not going to work. Alright, let's do this. Let's do the daily game duels. I need to get my phone plugged in. Otherwise, it's going to go kaput. Alright, what game is this? There's a giant baseball or something. There's a cowboy. There's someone. Checkers. Yeah, it's checkers. I have no idea. Red Dead Revolver, I don't know. I have no idea who any of these characters are. Kirby. I have no idea. Is that a person? Is there a person there? Is this a weird Scooby-Doo? Like, that's gonna be Daphne, that's Velma, that's Shaggy, that's whatever the other guy's name is. Chad, McChadston. That's the evil person. Over here, we'll have Scooby. Quadrilateral cowboy. No. I got no idea what this is. I'm very lost. I've never seen this game before in my life. STS. Oh, cassette beasts. Oh no. Iconoclasts. Damn. Damn. Yeah. I saw that and I was like, oh, maybe that's the symbol for like cassette beast. Like maybe that's a beast or something. I don't know. I don't know. What is this? You got someone about to eat something that I don't want to know. I have no idea what this is. They are a bunch of dragons, though, by the looks of it. It's not biker mice from Mars? Whoa. You got any ideas, Ouija? Bad rats? Oh, this is Battletoads. As soon as I saw the legs, as soon as I saw those legs, I was like, oh, that's, yeah, Battletoads. Chester Cheetah. That was the biggest gimme there is. This isn't necessarily concept art. This is just like artwork, like a poster or something that you can buy. Obviously, Chester Cheetah. Easiest thing in the world. All right, we're looking for a symmetry cozy puzzle hint system game. Color sorting, daily puzzles, size ordering. Tidying rooms, hand-drawn art, stacking items. What was it called? A little to the left? What do you mean? Is that the game? A little to the left? A little to the left. There you go. That's a cat. That's a cat. That's a cat doing evil things. Yeah. That's Batman. Let's see if we can get this one. It's not third person. It's after 2017. It has single player. There's no horror or survival elements. Call of Duty Black Ops 6. It's not a shooter. It's not first person. There is single player, multiplayer, and co-op. 2019 to 2023. It's not Celeste. Cult of the Lamb. Right, it's 2023. It's isometric and something else. Could be fantasy, could be comedy, probably fantasy at this point. Probably an RPG, maybe a hack and slash. Possibly indie. What are we thinking? Single player, multiplayer, co-op, 2023, isometric, something. Bingo? I don't know. I can't even... What's an isometric game that came out in 2023? Path of Exile? That came out in like 2014. Path of Exile 2. No, I feel like Path of Exile 2 would be considered horror because of the monsters and the creatures that it has in it. I also think that's 2024. PoE is considered early access. However, the release year is the date the game becomes playable for the very first time to the broader public. So in 2024, when Path of Exile 2, or 2020, like whenever Path of Exile 2 went into, hey, you can pay to play early access, that would be considered its release. I feel like this would be more. What was that RPG that refused to release a few years ago that a bunch of people were playing? Baldur's Gate. Ooh. No. It is fantasy though. We know that it's fantasy and something else. It's probably fantasy role playing. Like fantasy RPG sort of thing. The isometric and other stuff is throwing me off. That's what's really throwing me. Diablo 4. What other perspectives does it have from it's got to be isometric and something else. So it's either isometric and top down, or isometric and side view, or isometric and text. What's that? Oh, what's that that rhythm game? The Rift of the Necrodancer or something like that. That was 2025, damn it. That was side view and auditory. I don't know. I got no freaking idea. What's our clue? RPG, adventure, indie, turn-based strategy. It's not Claire Obscure, is it? Divinity? The new one? No, there hasn't been a Divinity released. Yeah. It's not Claire Obscure, because that was 2025 release. 2023 single player multiplayer co-op isometric fantasy RPG indie turn-based. Turn-based indie RPG. Any idea at all? Indie. Final Fantasy games ain't indie. Indie RPG turn-based. Indie RPG turn-based. Indie RPG. What? I can't even think of an indie RPG. Why can't I think of an indie RPG? What do I want one that's turn-based? It's got to be a 2D, like an isometric. It's an isometric side view. We know that. Isometric side view. It's not RimWorld. That's way too old. I don't know. The game that we are thinking of. Yeah. I don't know. Sea of Stars. Nah. Maybe if I spell it right. Nah. I don't know. What is it? This is Cassette Beast. Fuck's sake. I guessed Cassette Beasts incorrectly earlier. Oh my god, that's annoying. So I don't think we want this. I think we need to take whatever our current linear velocity is. No. How do we deal with the sliding? Because the dot's not going to work because, yeah, if we have that here, we still have drift when we go from like so. I wonder, what if if we dampen it by linear velocity length over speed. No. Hmm. Still, that's only when it's below that. If I just multiply it by the dot. That wouldn't work. That definitely wouldn't work. That definitely work. None of that works. Nothing under here that I can see that does that. There's no input. We drop down to that, but that's not what we have an issue with. We already have dampening applying. That won't work. What kind of physics game is this? Where you push and throw stuff to solve puzzles? Kind of. There's going to be different types of puzzles. Some of them will be gravity puzzles that you got to like move around in weird gravity and stuff to get stuff working and to complete the puzzle. There will be light-based puzzles, so you might have to do things that adjust the amplitude or the frequency of the light or the magnitude of the light, like how bright it is and stuff, or maybe you have to do something where you split the light and you isolate certain colors. There'll be sound puzzles as well, so you'll need to figure out what the answer to the puzzle is based on sounds, or you'll have to create a sound based on clues and such. But all of your interactions will be physics based. So I don't want the player to be able to look at something and go, "Oh, that's interactable because the game's popped up saying press E to interact. Okay. And then like go over somewhere and be like, oh, this thing's interactable because it's highlighted. And when you interact, it pops up a message being like, sorry, that item isn't correct. And it's like, well, okay, this item isn't it. So then they just go through all the items they can pick up and be like, oh, it's this item. Yeah. I don't want to do that because that type of stuff just gives away the answer to puzzles. Exactly. I want them to think. So that's calculating the acceleration. Um, let's see if I can figure out. 4.7. Rigid body rotate while moving. I wonder if there's an issue that's been raised. That's 5 years ago. That ain't it. We'll go into the GitHub. Let's see, what labels do we have? Probably like topic physics, right? And bug. Let's see. Is there anything in here? Anything about a RigidBody3D? Not that I'm seeing. But there are a lot of pages. 27. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Um, yeah, I don't think we're gonna find it. Um, to rotate Y, mouse rotations Y. This causes us an issue. Where we can't move while it's happening. Screen relative X. So it does, but it's just jolty as fuck. If I try to do that in here, the moment there is any rotation happening, let's see. So we can't rotate it in the in unhandled input. Hold before the standard force integration before the custom integrated property allows you to disable the standard force integration and do a fully. Okay. I wonder if it happens if I was to just do player linear velocity equals move direction times speed. Or if I just do move direction. Yeah. We just set that. Doesn't bother me if it's moving. No, it's not. Okay. So that eliminates it being a problem with rotating while doing apply force. Ow. Print debug is on ground. Make sure that it is on ground. Constantly saying that it's not on ground. Well, yeah, that's because it's smaller. Having it smaller doesn't make sense. So if we have it smaller, it's never... I didn't set you to be collision by 6, did I? That's why. All right, let's have a look-see. Okay, so it wasn't because of that. All right. I'm glad. I'm glad. That's... We know that it's got nothing to do with those things. So what is it? What is it going to be to do with? Why? Switch into jump. Apply an up impulse. and player linear velocity y is less than or equal to 0. Interesting. Interesting. Why isn't the jump working now? It's ending straight away. Hmm. That's the movement side of things, but I don't really want to do that here. Um, see what happens with this. Because the player is always grounded. Let's get rid of that. Up here, and take this. State machine. Switch state. After we do apply impulse, vector 3 up. Jumps always ended. Is jumping is true. If is jumping, we can set is jumping to false. We can switch state. Do that. Let's see if that works. Let's hope. It's come back around to the same music that it was playing. The fuck? Fucking apply your goddamn jump. You know why? I think it's got to do with this. This is not where I want to be checking this. Because it's only set based on this. You do that. You apply the up. Get rid of the idle for a second. So I don't want to be checking this here. If I'm not checking it every tick, then how do I know when the player is falling? I don't. Ow. So if we want that to... Like, I just have to... I'm worried about falling states later. What up, Johnny? If velocity is not negative. Technically, there's always a slight negative, though, because there's always gravity pulling on them. I'm not applying gravity to it. Linear velocity y. Actually, yeah, this would be if the linear velocity y is less than 0, we're falling. And over in the jump, I want to go if linear velocity is less than 0 and player is on ground, linear velocity y, use process to detect from the ground. Process is way too, like, FPS is way too much. This impulse isn't doing anything. Because of that. Because the play is not on the ground. Default that to true. By default, they're on the ground. So it makes sense for that to be defaulted true. So that's immediately going to jump end, though. Apply an impulse of 60. Need some kind of box to detect ground or raycast. Already have that. There we go. So the issue is our impulse value is too small. I could actually do like 3 times player mass. Yeah. There we are. Although, this also needs to do player on ground false. Prevent us from accidentally jumping multiple times. I hope. This here will be we're gonna set that, do velocity y at 0, and if velocity is not 0 procs, switch states to walk. And that should prevent the like immediate slowdown when it lands. It should keep them moving at least a bit. Or not. Changing that back into walk. Calculate acceleration. It's going to be because of that dot, isn't it? Maybe I need to drop that back down to 2. I know. It hits at 0.6. 0.7. Sorry, 0.7, 0.8. So it's definitely not going into that. I've gone off topic. What I was trying to fix, what I was trying to figure out was why when I move the mouse, the rotations, like the movement stops. Why? It has to be something to do with the rigid body's values. If turning that on fixes it, I'm going to be annoyed. I doubt it, but yeah, no, didn't. At this point, I'm just trying anything to try to figure it out. Wonder if it's because you're masking world. Have you checked your mouse mat or pad? What would that have to do with anything? Oh, Christ. Bug in system? Could be. Because I've had people say that they only have that problem in 4.7. I wonder. Let's check. A maintenance release. Fixed crash when assigning more than that. Fixed crash when clicking by the game. Okay. None of that. Not seeing anything in these that would be a fix for the issue that we have. Um, or none of that. Physics. It's only those two. Yeah. I don't think it's any of that. Let's go to physics in here. Oh, thank you for the follow, you fantastic gunt. Hope you're having a good day. I am trying to see if there's something that changed in Godot that could have caused this issue to start occurring in 4.7. Move kinematic more accurate when rotating a body by a very small angle. Ah. Well, that would make sense for rotating a body, but not for the camera that's under the player. Because the camera is not rotating the character. So that wouldn't make sense. Is there something? No. Wouldn't be any of that. Wouldn't be any of that. Let's snooze those. I am freaking hungry, y'all. I have no idea why that's happening. I'm stumped. I am stooped. Stump-a-dumped. Confused. Absolutely confounded. I am. I know. I'm gonna have to keep tinkering with that. It's so confusing. Like, why is it not moving the way I want it to move? Why does it not do the things? Why does physics movement have to be so annoying? Maybe I do just go with CharacterBody3D. Maybe I do just go for a CharacterBody3D. I don't know. That's where we're going. I'm gonna have to watch some videos and stuff on this, see if there's someone that's had the same issue that has resolved it, or see if there's a better way to do what I'm trying to do. Because the way I'm doing it at the moment, I feel like it's going to be 3 years of just trying to get the movement system working. So I might just change it back to a character body. Change it back to a character body. Move it normally. And then when the player grabs onto something and moves it, or something like that, we take into account that thing's mass and modify the player's movement speed based on that. So if the player is grabbing something that's too large for them to move, they don't move. Yeah. Damn, still up. I am, and I'm actually just raiding out to Johnny. We're gonna go see Johnny. Make sure to say g'day, you gadunts to Johnny. Alright? Alright? I really need to get food. I am so hungry. I'm so hungry. It's been like 10 hours since I've eaten. Have a good one, you gadunts.